I'm Anna, CEO and co-founder of Yoona.ai, and next to me is Anna Wolf from H&M Beyond. And we would welcome you to our event. We are happy that you are here in our villa and H&M villa. And the welcoming words I would give to Maren Jasper Winter, a member of the Berlin State Parliament. Thank you.
Hello, Anna. Hello, everyone, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear artificial intelligence. Maybe you're hearing me. It's such an honor to have some opening words here. And first of all, I want to thank you, Anna, for the invitation and the opportunity to speak here. I think, Anna Franziska, you're such a great thought leader in Berlin for this fashion branch, but also with your inspiration. It's so good that you are here and you give us the opportunity to meet here and to have this wonderful event. Thanks, Anna. And also thank you, H&M Beyond, and thank you, Berlin Fashion Week and German Fashion Council that you make this event possible. It's a very impressive villa. I'm the first time here, and it's very nice. And so I think we all have to say, or would like to say, thank you to you that we have this opportunity to meet here in this fantastic surrounding. Thank you. And as a perspective from Berlin, for Berlin, the fashion industry is very important. It's part of the creative sector, it's a formative for Berlin's reputation, it's good for the economy, and I think it's throughout the world and in Europe a fantastic place of cultural exchange and creative innovation. And it offers also many opportunities for you, from designers, from business, to meet and to connect. And this is good. And it's also very exciting to have fashion meeting technology. I'm learning a lot from Anna from this point of view, and have this exciting moment here. And I think when fashion meets technology, I learned that it's a way to improve things. The way how we wear and use clothes, the use of sustainability, recycling technologies, and also our carbon footprint should improve if we use technology more in fashion. And that's what makes this here so exciting for me. And I also learned from you that also the use of augmented reality and 3D printing is making this kind of fashion going forward and very innovative for us. Berlin also is a place for me. I came here 25 years ago, nearly 25 years ago, because the city of Berlin is exciting. I stayed here, made here a family with 2 boys, and it makes me pain in my heart when I see that this city at the same moment is, let's say it clear, dysfunctional at the moment. We have to repeat our elections in nearly 4 weeks because there were so many mistakes made, and that is pain for me in my heart because I love the city so. But at this time, it's not a point where we have to grieve. We should look into the future, into a bright future of Berlin. But it's a good point in time where, when we have elections, ask ourselves, how do we want to live in the future? What obstacles need to be overcome socially and technically, and how can we really ensure that no one is left behind? And we have to ask ourselves, where do you want to go, and how can I help you, and not where are you from? So this is, I think, the biggest questions we have to answer. And Berlin, in my eyes, is many things. It's creative, it's young, it's cosmopolitan, Berlin is wonderful, and it is innovative. So from the list, I would improve in Berlin to stay optimistic. I would like to have less bureaucracy for you all to be more creative, to have more space. I would like to have more entrepreneurship education in schools so that young people feel empowered to do their own project, maybe sometime, like Anna, their own business. And I'm also working for an economy where we have equal chances for all gender. And this is one of my topics coming from my heart. As a woman, but also as the women's policy spokesperson in the parliamentary group I'm in the Abgeordnetenhaus from Berlin, the state parliament. And there's still challenges here. The last startup, Female Monitor, gave us hope. We have now 20% women in startups founding, last year 18%, so this is slight hope. But as we see other numbers, there's still a lot to do. Women's teams get 9 times less funding on average. And I also think of care work done by women mostly. So we still have gender pay gap. We still have to improve childcare and also, I think, entrepreneurship education also especially for girls and boys in schools. So there's still a lot to do, but today we are going to celebrate, and we are going to celebrate this event and the technology which can be the forefront also of Berlin, a disruptive technological, that's difficult for me, development. Big words, sometimes not so easy when you don't speak English every day. But I think it's a good challenge and a good perspective for Berlin. And let me conclude with one thought. Innovation is not male or female, it's human, and it should be more validated in society. And Berlin is a wonderful city. We need innovation. The city needs inspiring, creative, and courageous people. The city needs you. And on behalf of the city of Berlin, I would like to thank you all coming here, being part of this innovation, and have a wonderful time, and thanks for listening.
Thank you, Maren. I would like to take the word again with Anna, and I would actually tell a little bit about why. Why are we here? I was fashion designer myself, and I decided not to keep working like that because it's manual, inefficient, and we are one of the biggest polluters on this planet. So I learned coding. I tried to go into technology. I founded science groups to work with AI. And meanwhile, we founded our company, Yoona. Working with Yoona made me think about another thing. Okay, we changed the back end of the industry, but we cannot do that alone. We have to build a community. We have to bring everybody in the fashion technology field together. And that's why we are here. And that makes me very happy to see you all. And on this way, I met H&M Beyond. And we founded the first Yoonaverse conference last year, May. And we had already good group together. And today I'm impressed so many people came even to Grunewald to be with us to talk about technology. And that's why we are here. We are building a conference, talking about technology towards circularity. And now I will give the word to Anna. She will also explain a little bit what we are doing today.
Should I take this? Okay. Quick position. So some of you maybe expected the beautiful face of Oliver Lange. So I hope I'm not kind of heavily disappointing you. I started working on growing a beard. It didn't work out for today. But I think, looking back in the days when we started this whole idea of creating a universe together, I think what we, from the start, we had certain things in common. And this is kind of, I think, the shared belief that, competition drives business, but in the end, it's collaboration that will transform the business. And I don't think any of us will need a reminder that what this industry needs is this transformation. So we are also kind of prone to learn and to test things, so and to create, and therefore we decided to do kind of a slightly different, a little bit kind of an experiment. Maybe it's a social experiment, and we will keep the doors shut, and you have to find out how to escape. No, it's not kind of a thing like that. But to really try a different methodology by putting really workshop and action into the spot. So we will keep the speeches, the official speeching time at the minimum, I would say, and really focusing on coming together in groups around the whole kind of supply chain, because we have challenges and we have hopefully also solutions in every one of those parts. So let's divide and conquer today. I think you guys are signed up for several topics that you are most interested in. But as I said, it's not kind of an escape room. You can always shift if you say, oh no, I'm not finding my match here. But we will have kind of 2 different workshop rounds definitely today, coming together in this beautiful villa, in every kind of corner that we can find. Try to find kind of some matches. Hopefully we did kind of a good job with the guest list, so we find kind of people that have something in common. And then really, hopefully, mark today this kind of the spot where we kind of do the first step together. Together, not only as kind of a startup and a company, but also with startups together, with all companies together. This would be kind of, is our, I think, beautiful vision, what we want to do with this community, because we really think that we have the power in this room to do that and to drive the change. This was this for me. So anything else to add?
Yes, thank you, Anna. I would now invite, we have several rooms. We have speeches here from Marilyn Rapp from Handelsverband and also Michael from Ströer, but also in this rooms here upstairs we have Tommy Hilfiger, ID Factory and Unity speaking. So that would be the next points. We have 2 speeches now, and then we would like to invite you into the rooms. We find back together here. We have another speech, very interesting, about sustainability and Metaverse. And then we go again into the beautiful rooms. And after that, we meet again here for drinks and network, but it's actually super important for us that everybody is talking to each other and that we build a community and we come back together again in July, next Fashion Week. Thank you.
All right, hi everyone. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Marilyn. I'm not from a startup, I'm not from a tech company, and I'm also not from the fashion industry. So what the hell am I doing here? I'm actually from the German Retail Association. In German it's called Handelsverband Deutschland. And our members are small and a lot of very big retail companies. And Anna, thank you so much for, where is she? Thank you so much for inviting me and for collaborating and partnering with us, because I think it's really important to match startups and the retail industry as well. So thanks so much for having me today. Can I have the next chart? Where is it? Does it work? Yeah. So I'm actually dealing with Metaverse and retail at the moment, which is like my favorite subject at the moment. Digitalzentrum Handel, we think it's very important to support SME, small and medium enterprises, and the retail industry with digitization. That's what we have been doing for 3.5 years already. We founded Mittelstand Digitalzentrum Handel, which is a center for small and medium enterprises dealing with digitization. And it is being led from the German Retail Association, and it is fully financed by the German Ministry for Economy, which means that everything is for free we're offering. So can I have the next chart, please? Yeah. So this is the initiative. We're all over Germany. And I shortly want to explain what we are doing for the small and medium enterprises. And then right afterwards, I want to show you what we are doing for startups and what you can partner, why you should collaborate with us. Yeah, so what are we doing for the SME? Can I have the next chart, please? We have podcasts, we have information materials on our website. We also have a lot of events on our website that are all for free. We are offering basic knowledge for the SME companies, such as merchandise management systems, CRM systems, but also social commerce, social media, and online marketing. And can I have The next chart, please. But what we are doing at the moment, and especially I am doing at the moment, is we'd like to inform the retailers also about new technologies and future technologies such as artificial intelligence or Metaverse, blockchain, and Web3. And I digged into the rabbit hole, as it is called, all the time, like, yeah, maybe 9 months ago, so I'm very fresh to the space. But I really love it, and it's so exciting. And yeah, I really try to inform small and medium enterprises within the industry, but also bigger companies, what Metaverse, blockchain, and Web3 means for the retail industry. Yeah, and I'd like to break down and make all of these technologies much more understandable, which I think is a really important issue because sometimes it's really hard to understand what it's all about. Yeah, next please. Yeah, and at the moment I'm doing a lot of research within the space. Yeah, I try to build a map where I show what Web3 and Metaverse means for the retail industry. This is what I think. Okay, that was the last chart. Can you go back, please? I'm sorry. Yeah, so this will be important for the retail industry who wants, or for the retail companies that want to enter the Web3 or Metaverse space. I think it'll be important to deal with the digital twin. I think it'll be important to deal with marketing in the Metaverse and also within the gaming space. What will be important is virtual reality and augmented reality and product presentations with these kind of technologies. And what will also be very important in the back end will be blockchain in the retail industry. I think we will see a lot of use cases concerning customer loyalty programs. That's what I think will become important in 2023. So yeah, blockchain in the retail industry and customer loyalty. If you want to talk to me about that, if you have any solutions about that, please feel free to contact me later on. And yeah, so next chart, please. Who enables retailers to enter Web3? If you are, an agency that supports the industry to enter Web3 or Metaverse, or if you have blockchain solutions, if you are a startup, if you are a tech company supporting, companies or even the retail industry to enter the Metaverse, please catch up with me and let's talk about your ideas, your solutions, and I'd be happy to talk to you. Thank you so much.
Just give it a microphone.
Yeah, thank you. I just was helping everybody to go upstairs, also to the other rooms, that they are not sitting alone. So if somebody wants to listen to Tommy Hilfiger, Unity, and ID Factory, please go upstairs. But here we have also Michael from Ströer. We are also talking to Ströer because my vision is actually that we do Digital Fashion Week in Berlin, and on every billboard in Berlin we see digital fashion. So. Yeah, I know. That's why we started to talk with you, and today you are here to present this Ströer and everything but you. Yes, I give it to you.
That's so true. That's so true. Thank you very much. So actually, I'm quite impressed because at that end you cannot see how many people are actually there. So therefore, hi everyone. My name is Michael. I'm responsible for Metaverse advertisement at Ströer Precision X. We are like a partnership company of Ströer itself, and today's topic is about the sustainability as the new cool and how you could easily, or not easily, but how you can actually present your brands in the Metaverse in a sustainable way. And being quite honest, the very first moment, once I read that sentence, what the topic is about, I was like, sustainability and Metaverse. it's not really a match, you know, if you think about it in the beginning, because everyone thinks of blockchain and whatsoever, and everyone knows, at least some think they know, Ethereum, for example, or blockchain is using a lot of energy consumption. So therefore, I would really love if you could go to the next slide. So therefore, I was thinking about that topic from the back end, and I was thinking about energy consumption. So for real, blockchain technology is using a lot of energy, but compared to other sources, it's actually quite efficient. So if you, for example, look at this chart, you will see that YouTube, compared to Ethereum that it is today, is by far worse compared to that blockchain. But why is that? Actually, like last year, Ethereum worked on a different blockchain itself. It was a proof of work consensus, and that used a lot of energy. Back then, clearly, you could have said, yeah, Ethereum uses a lot of energy, like a whole country in a year, and that was true. But today, it's way, way different. If you look at the bottom of the table on the right-hand side, you will see that the proof of stake Ethereum actually uses so far less energy than it was back then. So what does that mean for today? I mean, like, if you're using one Ethereum, or if you're doing one Ethereum transaction, it actually equals roughly 100 Google searches. So I'm asking you, how often do you search in Google compared to how often do you do Ethereum transactions? Probably all of you use Google more frequently than Ethereum. So, but why? Why is the energy consumption this high? It's because of the servers, actually. There are a lot of server farms. You don't only generate the watts per hour at your own desktop in your own room, but you're also generating it via server farms. So therefore, if you really want to achieve some kind of sustainability in terms of advertisement within the metaverse, you also need to consider the energy consumption in total. So there are a lot of brands that actually have gone into the metaverse, or let's say it's not the metaverse because there is no metaverse right now. It's more like proto-metaverse platforms. But nonetheless, everyone says about that it's the metaverse. And the thing is, there are a lot of brand experiences, but are they really sustainable? In the end, mostly none of them are really sustainable because they don't think about energy consumption. So therefore, I'm thinking, if you really want to do sustainable advertisement, always think about your energy consumption, because otherwise it will get back to you with the backlash. This will be a bad PR, probably, at least if someone digs deeper and finds out you're not doing energy-friendly PR. Next slide, please. But what does that mean for today? I mean, the metaverse itself, or the topic itself, is relatively new. I guess the very first Ethereum-based blockchain metaverse proto platform, Decentraland, launched 2017, I guess. And there is usually a differentiation currently between the Web 2 and the Web 3 space. So what is Web 2? Web 2 in the end is a platform economy. Platform economy means, for example, think about LinkedIn, think about Twitter. So these are all platforms, all owned by several entities, and you can write your posts in it. But nonetheless, you don't own that space. But you own the space in Web 3. But what do we think which metaverse platforms belongs to which space? So Web 2, for example, is Roblox or Fortnite. In the end, Roblox or Fortnite aren't really real metaverses. It's more like gaming experience. At least that's what they all say from themselves, about themselves, and that's what Wikipedia says, even though I know, of course, Wikipedia is not a real source. And Web 3 is Decentraland, Sandbox, and so on and so forth. I posted there several logos of several companies that already did a lot in that space. And for example, in Web 2, it's Gucci or Nike. So Nike did pretty good, pretty impressive work actually on Roblox. And for example, H&M, I guess sponsors of that event, did a quite impressive branding experience in another metaverse as well, which was Yoona.ai, which is a pretty impressive metaverse if you compare to others, at least in terms of the graphics quality. And on Web3, the Web3 spaces, for example, Adidas, Samsung, and so on and so forth. But it's a way different approach in terms of marketing, what you can do in Web3 compared to Web2. But I will get to that point later on. Please, to the next slide. So where are we now and where do we want to go? Actually, most people, if they think about metaverse platforms, might think about the left-hand side, which is Mark Zuckerberg and his Horizon World metaverse. Okay, it was like a kind of a bad PR, but at least it was PR nonetheless. And on the right-hand side, it's a video that you can find on YouTube. It's something like the future of mixed reality. It's kind of a dystopic video, I must admit, but I mean, like, this could be the future if we don't do something to prevent it, actually. But what I just wanted to say with that chart is, please don't expect too much of the metaverse right now, because it is still in development phase, and we are years and years from a metaverse world that is actually like most people believe it is today, because it's not only a game. Thinking about metaverse means interconnection, means connection with several hundreds, thousands of people, and everything is changing in an instant. So if you, for example, upload something, everyone should be able to see it. And this is totally different than a video game, because in a video game, you might experience something on your own, but others experience different scenarios. So it's more like a multiverse, which is a game, but the metaverse is more like an own universe. So therefore, different technology standards are necessary for that. Next slide, please. And being quite honest, the previous slide actually was an animation, but since this is a PDF, you saw like John Travolta from the back, but it's okay. So what are there as marketing options? Of course, you can do individual campaigns, and there are already a myriad of campaigns out there on a myriad of different platforms. It all depends on what you want to do, who you want to reach, actually, because there is a Roblox. But Roblox, the user base is frequently at the age of 12. So if you are a company that wants to advertise for a younger audience, maybe Roblox is the key. If you are a brand that actually has a lot of marketing money for innovation, maybe you are then a company that would love to create an own space, an own metaverse, like H&M did. Or if you just want to try the new water of metaverse advertisement, you maybe would like to go into Decentraland. Decentraland is a metaverse. You have probably all read something about it in the last year. So it's a Web3-based, blockchain-based, Ethereum-based proto-metaverse that is owned by the users itself. And there are actually easy and relatively cheap entry points into the metaverse if you do it the right way, for example, with us. And what do I mean by that? I mean, like, in the end, being quite honest, is this sustainable? Probably not, because this is an Ethereum-based blockchain. But as I said in the beginning, if you calculate what you use in terms of energy, you can always be sustainable. Because if you know in the end how much you have consumed, then you can invest, of course, in options to reduce your carbon footprint. For example, reforestation, or buying carbon dioxide certificates, for example, and so on and so forth. So there are a lot of initiatives that you can actually talk with in order to reduce your carbon dioxide footprint. But what can you do as well? You can, of course, do individual campaigns, but individual campaigns always require more and more energy, because you are not only doing that carbon dioxide emission at the server plants, you're also doing it on your own computer. So the more designers need to invest to create your individual space, the more carbon dioxide will be emissioned in the end. So therefore, what have we done? We created a build that you can easily alter. So it's just a you know, you see the building. So it's actually kind of a Piccadilly Circus building, relatively clean. It has like 3 or 4 floors, and each and every brand can easily alter the internal space of the floors to match the brand. Why have we done that? I mean, there are a lot of options, of course, and the more individual you go, the more it costs in the end. And usually brands don't have that much money to invest for the very first tests. So therefore we did that. And what's the most awesome stuff at that with that model is, of course, that you can alter it within like 3 weeks or 4 weeks, and we will actually bring you into the metaverse in that duration of time, which is relatively outstanding compared to other options. And there is a lot to do in the metaverse. You can, for example, create virtual clothes. You can create NFTs. You can do, for example, virtual catwalks with virtual avatars. But being honest, I wouldn't use Decentraland for that purpose. I would rather, for the virtual catwalks, create an own experience because of the visuality. You know, you need to have an awesome design. How much time have I got?
I think 3 minutes left.
3 minutes, that's cool. Just go to the next slide. And there are a lot of other options. Like, for example, you can broadcast your own ads into that space. You can integrate gamification methods. And the most crucial part is point 4, actually. You need to do incentives for all. I always read about, like, I'm in the metaverse, I'm on that and that platform. But being honest, you always only attract the people that have a wallet, because this is only crypto native. You need to have something in place for all of them who are not owning crypto. So therefore, like, work with QR codes whatsoever. Next slide, please. But this is only what is now. The future is so much more. You can actually currently work with AIs. You can work with avatars that are like photorealistic, like, for example, Candy, the muse of Prada, which I really adore because she's looking just so awesome. And you can do a lot with it. And what you can also do in the future, and that's what you said in the beginning, you can actually connect your metaverse experience with digital out-of-home screens, You can easily, for example, integrate QR codes and then enable your smartphone to act as an AR mirror. And you can present, for example, a scarf on a DOOH screen, and then you just click on your smartphone, open it, and then you see the scarf in a real-time 3D rendering, which is pretty awesome. And I know you have the technology for it. So therefore, what can I say in the final word, the final sentence, or final 2 sentences? Sorry. McKinsey's report says, so it's a report launched in June last year. It says the metaverse will be valued by $5 trillion in 2030. So. Of course, that's a pretty big gap compared to today, but this shows us where it's probably going to be then. And the final word is, why do you need to go into the metaverse right now as a brand? The answer is probably just to check the waters, to test what you can do, and to test what works best for your brand for the metaverse. So what attracts the more customers and so on and so forth. So that's actually why brands go into the metaverse right now. Because currently you mostly get a PR, be it good or bad, and you mostly be able to test the waters without getting a backlash if it goes wrong. So therefore, thanks a lot. Last slide, and then you can contact me via these QR codes if you are interested in more, even if you just want to have a chit chat to learn more about metaverse advertisement. Just contact me, feel free. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Michael. You gave me a lot of hands to talk about, and I would like to be on stage actually with you and talk more about the metaverse. We actually launched yesterday, combined to this conference, a metaverse, the Berlin Metaverse. We started with our partner, Stefano. He's actually right now in New York to have great conversations on stage as avatars. It was fun. We had Thomas Hayo flying over the stage. So we would like to invite you also to check that. And now I would like to invite our facilitators to the stage. Zemma, where are they? They're already upstairs? Oh, okay. Oh, we are ahead of, okay. So what should we do? Just waiting? Yeah, okay. I would say everybody grabs a drink and we'll wait a little bit. We have 10 minutes time. And then I would bring the facilitator to stage and everybody explains what the room is about. Right? Cool. 10 minutes. So Sema, Carmen, where are they?
Where are they? Maybe they are already down.
Elisa, maybe Anna, you have the rooms in mind, in your mind?
I think I have to have a look. But so here in this stage, we have marketing over here. So if you would like to learn more about marketing or kind of interact on this kind of topic, you are welcome with your beautiful facilitators over there. Anyone interested in the topics of and challenges, solutions for logistics would meet in this place. And then we have circular sales models and consumer educations and solutions over there in those 2 floors. Now I have to have a look. And so downstairs you will find Plan and Design. I think you will host this, right? Source and Collect, my beautiful colleagues Timo and Mariam. This is the guy for Source and Collect. And if you want to exchange around production, you will find me also down the ground floor in the kitchen
is working with Web3, Metaverse, and how they implementing this new technology in their processes. Welcome, Carl.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Feel free to come closer, because otherwise I'm talking into this vault, which is kind of like weird. And yeah, I'm trying to, like, you can also sit down here if it's more comfortable for you. I don't know. Feel free, whatever you do. So yeah, is it okay if I'm sitting, or should I stay better? Okay. All right. So hey, I'm from WWF, and I want to show you basically two cases how we approach Web3 and NFT technology to to use the buzzword utility and beyond that. So I give you a 2-minute introduction and then two cases, and it will be worth it, I promise. If I click. So, who am I? Basically, I'm a business developer for WWF, which means that I'm looking into new business models. How can I make money with the beautiful brand we have? Because basically everybody knows the panda, which is kind of like an advantage for us, of course. I'm coming originally from the creative space. I'm coming from the music industry. I worked in esports, and now I'm with an NGO. So. Basically what I'm doing is I'm trying to bring the WWF into a new target group, which is Generation XYZ. Normally when people start digging into the fields of NGOs, it's more like you're 35 plus because you make some money and you're basically trying to spend it somewhere. So yeah, this is where I'm trying to find new target groups, and I'm doing stuff that I will show you now. And I'm also, if I'm here at this Fashion Week event, I also built recently the web shop for us. So feel free to check it out. We have beautiful garments, we have beautiful stuff in the freshly launched WWF web shop. And I don't know if some of you have interest in cooperating. Let me know, I'm around. So, I don't know how deep you are familiar with Web3 by itself. In the end, you could say Web 1 was reading only, Web 2 was you writing, social media, Wikipedia, of course. And now we're transitioning slowly into this buzzword of Web 3, which is basically also owning. If it comes to that, why should we care as an NGO? Basically because there is a prediction of being a $20 billion market by the end of this decade. So I'm looking into this, and I'm looking into this whole blockchain thing. And through all of these different cases you have on the blockchain, most of you know cryptocurrencies, and one of them is of course NFTs. And NFTs is basically, if I talk to boomers, it's this how I explain it. It's you had art before, and basically now you sell the same art, basically now you sell the same art, on a digital way. You have galleries that are doing NFTs, so it's still this, you own this, and you have the certificate basically that you own it. And this is something that people understand, okay, it's like art, I can invest in that and I can make money out of that, or I have it, or whatever, because nobody knows where this actually goes to. Or if you compare it, or if I'm talking to a younger generation, it's basically this. It's a Fortnite sword. Here we are. So, let's get going. The first case I want to present to you is a campaign that we launched in 2011, kind of like before the huge hype actually made to the mass market. It's called Non-Fungible Animals, and there have been NFTs during 2021, and you have seen cases, you have seen the bigger brands like Coca-Cola, Pringles, you had some influencer like Ratajkowski during their own NFTs. And at a certain point we were thinking like, okay, how can we use the hype actually and turn it into help? And this is what we've built.
NFT is a technology that gives every digital artwork a unique signature. It is a new way of ownership. It has created a lot of buzz and astonishment. Can the hype be turned into help? WWF presents NFA, Non-Fungible Animals. In collaboration with renowned international artists, NFTs become NFAs, a collection of 10 unique pieces of digital art designed to help the fight to save 10 endangered species. All pieces of art are limited to the exact number of animals left in the world. Help the fight to save endangered species. Access wwf.de/NFA and find out how to purchase an artwork. Help us spread this message.
So yeah, no. Non-fungible animals. I guess, or I think you're getting the play with words, right? So it's basically, we had 10 different NFTs, and every one of that NFTs was real artwork that we minted and sold in the exact amount of time of this animal actually left on the planet. So you have, for example, you saw this one bird, which is the national bird of Cambodia, and it only exists on this planet 290 times. So it's ridiculous, and this is kind of like how we used NFTs with the campaign to, first of all, use the technology of NFTs in a smart way to make it a real art, and of course, have a good story behind that, because all the generated funds are not going into speculations, but going into actual projects that helping these animals not to be extinct. And we right now on this planet have 8,500 species almost extinct. So we need to do something about that, right? So yeah, just to give you an overview, the campaign was massive. Everyone worked on this pro bono, so everything we got out of that was pretty good. We had a media reach that was worldwide. That was incredible. We, as the WWF, normally don't being integrated into magazine like Forbes in the US or something. So we had placements in magazines, we had placements in the web that we usually don't reach in a normal communication from us. We had the Zeit magazine, for example, which was one of my favorites, talking about or writing about what the fuck WWF. So yeah, and they really they really gave us credits for that we approached it pretty well. So, oh yeah, there on the right side you also see we had a lot of media then for free in the subways, and yeah, was a good campaign. So in the end, basically we made over $300,000 with it, going into good projects. And yeah, we had educational aspects, we had an innovational perception, of course, and an enormous PR response. 74 million contacts generated without TV. So this is pretty nice. We basically also won everything you can win with this campaign. I now have a WebView award and Cannes Lion and stuff like that. So yeah, that was pretty good. All right. So this was the very first campaign how we took NFTs back. Oh, now I have to say 2 years ago, because it's 2021. And you see on the right side there is this post from one of the artists that we've chosen. It's Etienne Kiefer, and he built a Saola, and he sold it out. We had Saola is only 100 left on this planet, so we had $399 for the Saola, and yeah, so we made kind of like 40,000 through him. And with him I sat down at the very beginning of last year, and we were thinking like, okay, what should we do? It was very successful. Should we do like a second round of that? But you know how it is. If you work with innovation, you don't want to do the same thing again, even though it would make money and it would be probably smart. But in the end, no, we thought about, let's go further. Let's build the very first metaverse for the good cause. So this is basically how we started at the very beginning of last year. We were watching what's the status quo of the metaverse, and basically if you look into this whole universe of many different metaverses popping up, beside of Meta trying to kind of like claim it. I saw that someone from Meta is also presenting here, so I'm gonna be careful. But basically, you have a lot of metaverses, and it's always for the same reason. It's basically to promote the brand, right? To sell products. So this is the status quo right now, and most of that also looks more or less like Second Life in 2002. So yeah, where is like the development in this, right? Talking about Meta, right? This doesn't help. So we were thinking like, what should we do to make it better? And we were thinking, okay, what we need is a purpose behind that. So this is what we've built throughout the last year with Etienne, who should have been sitting here, but can't. And yeah, this is an inside of the first metaverse for the good cause we've built. So, a very small insight. So basically, we have a collaboration with Safe Species. Safe Species is the creator of the Metaverse. In this Metaverse, we've created the very first case, which is a campaign called Ocean Detox. The goal behind the campaign is that we're basically raising funds for real cleanups in Vietnam, where we have an island, where we're cleaning the beach, where we're cleaning the coral reefs and everything. So basically, we built a whole metaverse by our own. This is all our own technology in Unreal 5. If some of you are familiar with gaming or the next generation of movies, this is basically it. So it looks super dope. And yeah, basically what you see, we have integrated some pieces of quick and dirty educational pieces. We have some parts where we basically inform the people where the money is going to. We have a hot button where you just need to press, and then you're spending €3 on PayPal, which is the amount of 1 kilo, because an ocean cleanup, like 1 kilometer, is like €3,000. So yeah, this is the very first campaign, and the whale you've seen back there. It's basically this. It's an anamorphic installation, which means if you look from the front, you see a whale. The whale is completely made out of plastic trash. And if you walk to the side, you see that there's basically hanging like behind it. You saw it probably on the video before. So this whale, every piece of that is 50 different pieces. We also created super nice NFTs out of that. This is a COVID test. Basically nobody wants to see anymore, but yeah, so we are selling this, trying to raise the awareness of single-use plastic, of plastic in general, that is being basically ending up in our oceans and on the beaches, right? So we have several of them. And so we launched a campaign basically 2 months ago on the German mass market. We haven't digged into Web3 yet. But we had, during the very first 48 hours, we had 5K visitors. We had an average time that was over 6 minutes spent in the Metaverse, which is double the amount of a very huge German car brand that recently launched in the Metaverse. Yeah, we had a lot of impressions. The campaign worked pretty well digitally. We had people, basically walking through the Metaverse and screen recording this and talking about this. So again, this is a very new way and a very smart way, as I see it, for the WWF to approach new target groups, to approach younger people, to approach, because this is gaming scene, right? This is gaming scene, this is like you guys, creative people. that like innovation and good ideas. Yeah, you also see that in the background if you walk into the snow, it starts snowing from the top and everything. So that's pretty nice. Yeah, LinkedIn, blah 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 blah. You know the deal. Insta. It's hosted server-wise also from a Berlin-based company, which is also nice, called Journey. Yeah, we had some, for the media agency, that always helps, of course, if you do good stuff. So we had a lot of pro bono TV advertisements and then integrations like NTV and others. So yeah, and in the end, we also had tried to how it looks like in VR, because basically this is all not VR. This is all a website where you dive into from your computer or from your phone. This works perfectly fine, right? We also had an event on the Kudam for launching where we used Spark AR technology, where you had the whale. Basically, you could walk around and then check that out. So we're playing around a little bit with this. And yeah, this is basically only the beginning. We're planning to have more habitats with forest, with Arctic in this year. And yeah, 2 insights how we are approaching a WWF right now, Web3, NFTs, and trying to do it for the good cause and trying to reach new target groups. Thanks for listening.
Okay, thank you, Carl. That was very impressive, and it remembered me why we are all here. We are connecting dots in between technology and sustainability. So thanks again for being with us, and we invite you to rooms. I encourage you to try another room, because I saw a lot of people always in the same room for 1 hour. We encourage you to try another room with another topic. And then we see us here again for a panel organized by SheChain, by Yuri, and also a Yoona panel. That would be the last panel before we get drinks. So now I let you go to the rooms again. See you later in 1 hour. we would like to keep going with Yuri. She's from SheChain, and she organized this amazing panel now. And I would like that you tell everybody what you are doing with SheChain.
Thank you, Anna, for introducing me. Nice meeting everyone, and thank you for Yoona.ai and also Yoonaverse team for organizing this amazing event. It's really like my honor for being part of it. So yeah, about SheChain.co, it's a website for like showcasing the women-founded Web3 startups that I studied. Like it actually has a little bit of history. So back in 2017, when I started like working in the Web3 industry, I just saw that there's a huge gap in the gender balance in the technology and Web3 industry. At that time, it was called as a blockchain industry. So while I was, at the time, I was doing blockchain consulting for small to medium-sized enterprises. At the same time, I decided to make like online group to study it, and then it naturally grew. So, and then I started running weekly events and, monthly events in the city that I was living at the time, which I was in Singapore, and so from there, like within a year, that we grew up to like about 2,000 members, and then like about 2 years ago, I decided to move my main residency location to Europe, and then I decided to live in Berlin. So right now I'm based in Berlin, and then I wanted to continue my gender diversity initiative, and then in a way to reach out to the global audience. So I decided to digitize my initiative, which is where how the SheChain.co is born. So if you're the focus is to buy showing more role models and then more capable women working on this technology conversion and innovations, and then applying mainly in the Web3 driven platforms. So that's where I'm passionate about. I'm not also talking about that's applied in my platform. So that's about me a little bit. And today I'm going to moderate a session about the future of fashion, applying the Web3 and then AI technology. So let me move into this sofa and together with the panelists, and then let's start our panel session speaking. Hello, hello. Can you still hear me? Yeah. Okay, so today the topic is about future of fashion, right? So before we actually start the whole dialogue, also of course I need to introduce you guys to our panel sessions, right? So before that also, can you also understand a little bit about you guys? I know we have the audience with us. So if anyone's, can you raise your hands if anyone's working actively in the Web3 industry? Great, a few. How about the AI industry? Do we also have some AI people? Awesome. Great, of course. Of course, Anna. And how about the both? Like anyone actively working in the Web3 and then AI industry as well? Together, a few. Of course, United team. That's great, amazing to learn about you. And let me introduce you to our panelists a little bit. So, okay, I will start from my left side. So next to me, we have Kirsten, who is the co-founder of Art and Tech Report, and also she's also co-founder of Artpreneur.io, right? Yeah. So she's a digital transformation strategy consultant for the art ecosystem, working closely with art galleries, museums, and the foundations, and also art industry entrepreneurs. And she worked before she worked as a marketing and creative consultant for large international brands like Adidas and also Lufthansa. So today we will learn about more art and NFT aspects from her. And next to her is Casper. So he's leading the fashion e-commerce partnerships and also direct-to-consumer businesses from Meta, also known as Facebook. So yeah, so he's worked also so he has a working experience for like both large corporations as well as like startup as well. So he like founded like a social TV company named TuneIn as well successfully. So we will also learn about some, you know, what's going on with the Metaverse space regarding the Meta, and maybe he will share some, you know, interest, like some like the news about what's actually happening with Meta now. So I'm really excited about hearing about this story. And on my right side, we have Nicola. So she's a co-founder of the Vista DGTR. It's a gaming industry startup. And she's building on the model for the future of free-to-play or play-to-earn or play-to-own kind of new types of the gaming concepts in the fashion industry, applying NFTs. And she's working hard to redefine, you know, the future of digital fashion and the gaming industry. And because also she's been working in the gaming industry for many years, I'm really looking forward to what her business can come out of. And finally, we have Ferdinand. He's a managing director of Founder Institute Berlin, which is an early stage startup accelerator, which was founded from 2009. And Ferdinand himself has been focusing on coaching and guiding startup founders for more than like 6 years, and also he has funded and also accelerated several like startups, which up to like about 60 startups. And so today he will share about if there's some unique ideas, like some startups are working towards future of fashion and some circular economy aspect as well. So let me go straight in. So usually, like when you talk about the future of fashion, usually you will talk about what has happened or what's happening now, and then bring it to the future, right? But today I wanted to change this, you know, since we are talking about digital transformation, I'm also transforming our panel today, so we will talk about the future first. So imagine that we are in 2030, and how the technologies in your, you know, respective expertise areas have shaped Europe's fashion industry in 2030 from the consumer's perspective. Who wants to go first? I'll say ladies first.
Very sweet. Okay. So from me, I come from the gaming background, and kind of if I look at 2030, the gaming industry is going to be even more massive than it already is. So right now the game industry is it's a 3 billion market. It has a wide variety and a massively diverse kind of user base. And in 2030, I can only hope that we've like enhanced that and made games a lot more accessible. In terms of fashion, I believe kind of it gives an opportunity for a new type of consumer. So for me, maybe I'm biased. I've played games and I've kind of been playing games my whole life, and kind of fashion and how I look in those games has always been important. But I think with games being more and more kind of casual, there's more of a demographic for fashion to target these kind of users, of kind of giving them a different type of look within the game itself. Also different types of silhouettes and avatars. So games aren't just like about humanoid or dressing humanoid characters, but it's also about creatures and goblins and things like that. And I believe kind of the fashion industry, as it goes more and more kind of into the digital space and engages with that, will be like enhancing kind of what is fashion in the digital space, and kind of like who are you dressing, because it's not necessarily just the current physical silhouettes that we have. So I think it's sort of really exciting, and technology-wise, kind of with Unity and Unreal and kind of the engines out there, it's kind of really pushing what you can do in terms of digital experiences.
Yeah,
I can
go on.
Can continue. So as the Founder Institute, we're actually not fashion specific, but we're industry agnostic, so we take help startups from all kinds of areas, and so even also not technology specific. We're always problem focused, so we help our startups to find real problems in the world, or cater to real desires in the world. So the fashion industry obviously at this point of time has quite a lot of problems to solve. So all this overproduction, the massive returns, all these things are things that we have to attack from now on. And if we look into 2030, I think the technologies that we have at hand, like blockchain, like circular economy supported by platforms, also Metaverse, it may have quite an impact on those things if we use them right in the right way. So, for example, obviously the Metaverse, if used right, and AI at the same time, you could imagine that the shopping experience will change vastly, drastically by helping the shoppers to find the right clothing at the right point of time, not needing to have it sent to your home and then resend it, because you know exactly how it will look on you. And that will reduce the returns, for example, by a great deal. In some cases, you might not even need to buy the physical clothes, because you will only wear it in the Metaverse. And you will have a drastically bigger wardrobe in the Metaverse than you will have in your real physical wardrobe. On the other hand, the blockchain and the Web3 possibilities will very likely make it extremely easy to trace every piece of garment, every piece of fashion back to their production, and make the choice and the decision to buy something very much more dependent on whether it has been produced in a fair and fine way. So I think there's a lot of opportunity out there, but there's also obviously a lot of risks that we will see even more fast fashion as we see right now. So let's work a lot that we work on the opportunities more and the positive side more, and have a wonderful look out to 2030 then.
Amazing. So yeah, let me ask to Kirsten, she's already ready. What do you see in 2030?
No, I think if we think about 2030, the main customer base in general will be Gen Z, Gen Y, maybe even Gen Alpha. So those people will be willing and used to spend a lot of time in digital worlds, and digital ownership will be the new normal to them. So I think there will be an urgent need to find tools and ways how to express digital identities, and that literally leads to fashion in the sense of fashion, and thanks to NFT technologies that's now feasible, so we can apply scarcity, uniqueness, and value to digital assets as well. So I definitely think digital fashion will be as important as traditional fashion, because it remains one of the biggest expressions how to identify yourself and to demonstrate your individuality. But speaking about Web3, I also think that it's introducing a new immediacy and democracy. So we will see a shift to much more power given to the consumers and users. So people will be much more in a position to easily buy, but also buy and resell things directly without the need of intermediaries or gatekeepers. And I think that's going to change at least some of the business models we know of as of today. And also, as a last point, I'm with you, Ferdinand. I think we're going to see a lot of physical items also in the fashion industry being aligned or attached to blockchain-based certificates containing immutable information about provenance and authenticity, but also production and maybe even supply chain. And that obviously caters to an increasing desire amongst consumers about knowing who made my clothes.
Maybe Casper can address a little bit on AI aspect of fashion in 2030.
Sure, yeah. 2030, it feels far away. It's not actually. So, I mean, when I look at the whole fashion space, that far out, I'm from a business, so I'm asking a business question. It's already multi-trillion dollar, industry. But if you add, virtual fashion to physical fashion, you can double, triple, quadruple the business potential that's behind it, which means there will be a lot of investments coming in. That's I'm sure of that, and they will come through technology. And when we look at technology, I think 3 ones really matter. First, it's how do you trigger creativity? That's a technology challenge, by the way, and that's where AI comes in. I think I don't need to explain to you what it will do to fashion designers and how they approach, or how they design. But technically, AI will enable anyone to become a designer, which means number of fashion goods you can buy out there will be exponential at some point. But that already triggers a problem. How do you curate cool design? How do people find design that matter in fashion. So curation will be the second, it's actually more a challenge, but it of course also is an opportunity to build technology for that. And that might be something where companies like Meta come in to give, you know, people a place they can walk into, to go to actually find marketplaces or shop products. And the third is identity, and that's something I'm personally most interested in because it's around avatars. You think about an avatar out there, why does it have to be just me? Casper, I'm 41, I have a family in Hamburg, I wear boring clothes, but maybe my virtual identity out there might be extremely, you know, colorful and crazy. And maybe it's not just 2 identities, I might choose to have 10 because I like it, right? For every occasion. So that also brings me to, yeah, that's a lot of business opportunity, and the technology we need to build for that needs to be avatars that people feel comfortable with. Right now, honestly, I think it's great for some Gen Zs, mostly from the gaming space, where people, young people feel comfortable. I think to make this mainstream, it needs to be much more authentic and different. I think that's a huge technology challenge where you have to build avatars that actually look like you. While you can still choose to make it absolutely crazy and colorful.
Since you mentioned about avatar, because that was my next question, I ask you back, Casper. And also, you know, I wanted to also highlight the importance of the physical aspect, especially when you talk about fashion industry, right? We are all living, you know, staying in this conference room now because of how the enormous like development has been happened with these fashions and also actual clothing that we are actually wearing on. So, remembering the physical retail brands, you know, efforts in the applying these digital and then technology innovations, like how do they enable these extended identities, like you mentioned avatar or some digital twins also we say, in this virtual like social space to engage with their audience?
It's actually a tough challenge because, I mean, first let's assume physical travel won't go anywhere, will stay. Actually, we see from the industry that transformation is slower than anticipated. People were thinking, oh, the pandemic will trigger millions and billions of people transitioning, you know, their shopping behavior from offline to online. They did, but it basically came back to the actual trajectory we've seen before. So that hasn't changed. So I'm expecting there will be a mix. And if you look at you know, surveys, you hear people saying, actually 70% of people, Gen Z people say they want to be inspired in an offline world and then take it back to or forward into a virtual space. So what do brands can do about it? They need to completely change the way they represent themselves to customers in the physical world, which means the old large Karstadt or whatever you might call it, that's a concept of the past. Nobody wants that, nobody needs that. So what we want and need is, as a customer, is an experience space we can walk into. The huge challenge is how can you connect to a customer there that sort of allows for any transition of a product you buy to bring it into your virtual reality or your virtual worlds that you choose to be in. And technology needs to be built to do that. That doesn't exist at this point in time. There are a lot of brands experimenting with that, but the reality is, and again, coming from the business perspective, the opportunity is data. Because right now, a lot of brands out there, sorry, I'm getting calls here. A lot of brands out there have a problem dealing with the retail space because retailers are the one with the customer contact. A lot of brands do not have that. So actually bringing metaverse or virtual experience into your offline shopping experience means you have a digital touch point, which is great. Because for the first time, and let's be honest, the D2C, you know, development of the last couple of years has been okay-ish, but hasn't been fully successful, which means brands still have a huge need for that data point and direct customer contact. So if you build a virtual experience in your offline store, where you of course need to digitally connect to the customer, it's an amazing experience. So if I go to a brand and would say, and they are not sure if they should invest, I said, you should, because you want that data and it's of high value to you. You can directly speak to your customers.
Then speaking of data and an avatar, also the gaming industry is also, you know, important to like transform and then reshape the fashion industries, right? So Nicolas, as a gaming expert, yeah, do you have any second thoughts from Casper's?
Thank you. I mean, I can only add on to it kind of like the opportunity to engage with this consumer group, and it gives you kind of a new way to, brands a new way to interact with customers that they maybe wouldn't ever before be able to. I mean, games are the most interactive media experience that you can have, and kind of brands finding their way to be able to be part of that interactive world and draw their audience in, get direct feedback from them, like, I have these 2 shoe designs, which one do you like? And kind of being able to engage with them, to have them vote before you go into production, kind of like really getting like on the run feedback from the audience. And kind of you can do that with gaming, because it's very easy to sell in-app purchases now. Like, gaming has laid the foundation, let's say, for making trading digital goods kind of a bit more mainstream, I would say, especially with the free-to-play gaming industry. So I think that's something we can kind of build upon.
I think we are talking quite very positive aspect of the future now, since Ferdinand, you're always looking to how to solve the problems with the great ideas, right? So what kind of like challenges in that sense to apply for the fashion industries to apply to, you know, these like state-of-art technologies like Web3 and AI?
I would take back to 2 of the arguments that were made right now regarding the metaverse and the gaming. Not directly answering to your question at this point, because I believe the interesting question is, gaming has been, so the gaming versions of Roblox and World of Warcraft and so on, they have been metaverses for quite some time now, and active, very active communities. The big question is, when and how and why will it move towards more general environments, like the metaverse version of the metaverse and others. What is needed to make that happen, and to then also be relevant to a wider audience, and bring all those things into play, these digital twins and so on. So I like to go back to the gaming theme with the different consoles. I was using the PlayStation 3 a long time ago. It was great gaming, a lot of fun, but it was often very clean. So all the characters and the buildings and so on, they were very clean, and it looked great, but too clean. And that's what when I look into these different metaverses right now, they are all very clean. There's not, you don't feel the edge or the speciality and the need to interact, the fun with the real world. That's why we all live in Berlin, because it's not clean, because it's fun, and there's a lot of different things to do.
I moved from Berlin to Hamburg because it's more clean.
So I think that's something that will still need to be done somehow, developed to make it more widespread and interesting to actually do these things in the metaverse worlds, and also to use fashion there and then only need an actual digital twin in those worlds. So sorry not to answer your question.
Yeah, I mean that covers up, right? So how we can actually, like areas that we need to get us prepared in order to move forward to reach to the kind of the technology-driven future they wanted to see, you know, and that using technology's advantages. So moving a little bit like topic into like NFT, and then I'm really curious about, you know, how art industry can actually collaborate with the fashion industry, because in my layman's understanding, these 2 industries are actually very closely intersected together. So yeah, maybe I can learn from from you to tell us about how these 2 sectors can work together to really mainly when it comes to applying this state-of-art technologies with NFTs, then Web3 technologies. Yeah. So how can you make it happen?
I don't think I have all the answers, but I think it's fair to say that artists and fashion have proven to be a very successful tandem and in having a history in this. So I definitely think that we see this going to be extended in the digital realm as well. However, I think when you picture a fashion brand picking an artist for any corporation, I think we might see a slight shift away from, you know, the tradition to pick a blue chip artist, which is well known in the traditional market, and rather pick a crypto artist or a digital artist. And I think the reason for this being not necessarily because it's their native context, which obviously it is, but because an artist would bring, a digital artist would bring his or her very own community in addition to the fashion brands community in the Web3 space. And I think that is something very important, especially when you start entering the space in itself. And a digital artist would also have proven reputation and relevance in the space already. So I think when you think about corporations, those are two industries where players have already gained communities, created communities. And if you visualize how those corporations could actually work in Web3, that means thinking about how to share your very own communities and make it too. And also to think about how those two communities, one of the artists and one of the fashion brand, gaining and benefiting from such a corporation. And technology makes it possible to think about formats like maybe you address one community being targeted with particular drops just within this community, whereas the other community is automatically listed to any whitelist of the other owner or creator. So I think technology will provide much further cooperation formats when it comes to corporations in itself. But I also think that the technology of smart contracts actually makes it more interesting to cooperate now for artists and fashion, because now even teams of creators can actually participate from any future success, from any resales. So I think that this might work as an additional incentive in general. So yeah, I do think that there will still remain potential for artists and art and the fashion industry like it used to be. But coming back to what you said in terms of accessibility and how we're going to access metaverses, I think both industries, the art market as well as the fashion industry, will, in my opinion, actually form major contributors to the road of mass adoption, because it actually might feel more lighthearted, easy, fun, and inviting to explore and educate yourself and understand what's going on through art and fashion, which makes it a bit more accessible, I think. And you were talking about how we make life easier for consumers. I think that's going to be of relevance.
Yeah, that's a great add-on. Anyone have a second thought to add to her?
Just a tiny addition that for fashion, I think the first to really adopt an NFT-based value creation, I think, will be luxury brands. Firstly, because the cost of goods sold is a bit higher when you look at digital fashion. So it makes sense that they start, but also because there's certain value attached to it, like art. So just want to add that there's a lot of similarities how luxury brands approach the space, and I think the art sector approaches it. Or would you say that this is a concept where you expect, you know, anyone who creates art or maybe anyone who creates fashion will join in soon? Because I think it will take longer for the mainstream to adopt it, because, you know, the whole blockchain still is costly, and I hope the price will come down at some point. It's just, it would be a question to you. Would you see there's a chance for early mass adoption, or will it take longer?
I guess it goes back to the question, what kind of mass adoption in terms of becoming a creator or becoming a consumer? And I think that's the beauty of the Web3 space, right? That everyone can become a creator, especially now given the AI tools. So I think for the art space as well as for the fashion space, we will see more creators and designers entering the space. When I spoke about mass adoption, I thought that, I mean, I guess we all had the same experience. You need to test yourself, you test the water, and once you're in. So you need an entry, and I think art and fashion could provide an easier entry just out of interest to educate yourself and find out what's going on, and then suddenly, you know, you're part of it because this is going to be part of our future.
Great, yeah. I have one last quick closing question that, that maybe mindful of our time, we can make it like 1 or 2 sentences. So earlier we talked before the session starts with some guests that we attended this conference. We talked about some aspect of how technology development can actually help support the sustainable development perspective. Like for example, like a zero waste, how we can actually help for the fashion industry to achieve those, in addition to technologies. So from the perspective, what do you guys think how the brands and technology innovators and also artists could contribute to those positive future in 2030 in the European fashion industry, in order to get to the how you described earlier in our at the beginning of our panel session. Yeah. Can start from Ferdinand, maybe one quick sentence.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So I'm looking very much forward to more of the traceability and circular economy to make the whole fashion economy more sustainable, more to the heart of all the people, and people identify more with their items and keep them longer, have them better in a better way, and in the end more sustainable.
Yeah, Nicola?
So I think for me it comes back to kind of the way that you can interact with the audience in a more conscious way in virtual worlds. So kind of it comes back to when I'm saying like, okay, you can put out products in a digital way before investing in mass production. It feeds very much into that, but it's also encouraging and giving players or consumers a way to kind of experiment in a digital world, so you don't necessarily need to consume more in the physical world. And it kind of ties into what you're saying, that I can try on dresses and find my style in the digital world, and only then would I want to invest in the physical world, for example. So it's encouraging play, I guess.
Awesome, yeah. Kirsten?
Also, if avatars work fine, it will definitely massively reduce, the return rate, especially while online shopping. That will be beneficial for the whole circularity concept of of lowering your waste. And then secondly, what you said is really important about the experimentation which happens digitally. And I have a very bold concept. Maybe at some point society needs to decide physical goods need to be really, really expensive, while the virtual ones are very cheap. And that will make sure that people make a decision what to buy first. If there's something they really urge, maybe they say, I want it, and I have my digital identity, and I can show it, because I'm a vain person, but I decide to buy it digitally and not as a physical good.
Yeah, last words, Kirsten.
I'm going to be very quick. I really think we need to look into solutions how to reduce oversupply, obviously. I personally think we also have to look into ways of how to reduce overconsumption from consumer point of view. And this might refer to the physical world today, but it might very well appeal to the digital world tomorrow as well.
Awesome, yeah. We could only cover in a very high level of information about how we can actually apply technology innovation into the fashion industry, and try to touch point a little bit on the circular economy aspect as well. But I'd love to talk with everyone in this conference room, with all our panelists after this talk, and then let's further discuss, and then let's really make things happen. Thanks a lot.
So thank you, all of you. I really enjoyed it. Now we come to our last panel, and I would like to invite on stage Hans from Room and Christoph from NetZERO. Thanks. And there should be also somebody from Loyalty app, from Bertelsmann, Cosima. Perfect. No, I would say we mix the stage. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. So, thanks on stage. I would like to do a little introduction because I was very happy this year. NEXA and Room, we won together the European Metaverse Award, and your CEO actually gave me the award on stage. That was super cool, so it's a warm-hearted panel for me. And I would start with the question, what are you actually doing in the Metaverse?
Does everyone have like their own microphone? Okay, I can certainly start. So I am Cosima Gulde. I work at Avato Systems, and Avato Systems is an IT service provider that belongs to the Bertelsmann Group. And there I'm in the innovation team where I look at new innovative topics, and those are Web3, Metaverse, and ESG, for example.
Yeah, what we're doing is running a Metaverse platform where you can easily create your own, very own Metaverse environment, typically based on a template, so that it is very easy to quick start. Customers like Samsung, for example, call us the WordPress for the Metaverse, so maybe it's catchy enough for you to understand what we're doing. And it's very easy to create that stuff, and you, for example, can also upload photos to the platform and so transform them into real 3D products for your own purposes like marketing, sales, collaboration, education, and training.
We at NEXA, we create technological solutions always based on avatars. We believe that an avatar is the ticket into an ecosystem, into something that people might call the metaverse. So we create mass market to high-end avatars, and we create the ecosystems around it. So we have like a full end-to-end solution portfolio where we work on motion capturing, on avatar creation, on XR, on VR. So we provide our clients solutions to enter ecosystems that might form the metaverse in the future, whatever that's going to be.
Thank you. And actually, I would like to remind that we launched the Berlin Metaverse, and this all is streamed in the Berlin Metaverse, and we have actually visitors there, and the whole day we had people there watching this conference from the Berlin Metaverse, and we actually are super proud, and I want to thank you, my whole team, which was working in the basement until now to make all that happen. So thanks to the Yoona.ai team also. For you I have a question, and I mean, we are sitting here, it's Berlin Fashion Week. What do you think? How could you see your solutions in our industry?
I mean, we have the way we work is always that we don't just create stuff because we think it makes sense. We look at what makes sense for what industry, because we work in different industry, we work in the fashion industry, the music industry. We pick out problems, needs, and we create some kind of purpose for that solution. So what we do for the fashion industry, that we try to look at how we reduce returns and waste, because the decision-making process of clients based on digitalized avatars is so much more valuable and more precise that we think that if people can choose the garments they want to buy based on their avatar, and that's what the statistics show at the moment, that the returns are reduced by 30–40%, which has a great impact for the industry in terms of costing, etc. So we think that our impact is specifically based on that certain issue.
Yeah, this is super cool. We worked actually also together already. We worked with 3 designers last Fashion Week, and we had a showcase also last Fashion Week together. And Hans, what do you think with Room? How we could implement it in fashion?
Yeah, to be honest, when we started with the platform, so we had just marketing in mind. And so we thought every product could be presented in a better way in 3D, because everyone could learn more about the product, could play around with that, could use that for virtual fitting and so on. And when it comes to fashion, you can use it along the whole customer journey, from inspiration to consideration to the moment where the customer is buying that, but it's also creating advocacy in the end, because it's engaging to play around with 3D objects. And for sure, by the way, using that for marketing, it will make people better understand playing around with what is the perfect product. And as he already said, you could reduce the return rates a lot, and it increases also the likelihood of a purchase. And that's amazing. But it could do a lot for sustainability. And that's the amazing part of using digitization at all, because by reducing return rates, that has a very high impact, as we already heard. It will lower the emissions and reduce waste and so on. So that is a real impact that matters to all of us.
Okay, so at Avato Systems, we are currently working on an NFT-based loyalty app that retailers, of course, also in the fashion industry, can use to build deeper connections with their audience. We are also working on pilot cases with fashion brands. Some also are there at Premium Fashion, if you went there today. And there we, of course, have the case that you move away from physical goodies that you give people in return for their loyalty to your brand. And I think we all had this case that you went to an event and you get this goodie bag, which is, of course, nice to get something, but 90% of the products you have in there are like, I don't know, lanyards you will never use. So to have something digital is, I guess, a nice alternative. And I mean, there are predictions that people will move more and more of their spending to digital products. So I guess that's cool that in general the fashion industry is so much at the forefront of that.
Yeah, sounds great. We could also have a conversation. I'm also always asking, maybe you have also questions. But I have one question more. It's about, I mean, we just starting, we testing, and we have a lot of bugs sometimes, and sometimes we are succeeding. Where do you see the future? How do you see the future?
So for the metaverse at all?
For the technology, augmented reality, virtual reality, metaverse.
Yeah, so we should be, from my perspective, very clear. So that isn't a technology or something that is just like a fidget spinner. So if you remember that stuff, that is a hype for 2 weeks and at school, and then it's gone. It is something that is another iteration of the internet. It's like asking yourself in 1994 or something, do I really need a website? I do have a store. People can come to my store. Now ask the retail out there, does it matter? Or remember when they brought the smartphone in 2007, and everyone was asking, should I use a smartphone where I touch on a screen? Or remember when they came across with social networks and social media, why should I take photos of my meal and share it with everyone? But it matters, and people will use that, and it is just an evolution of the internet, and it's the future of the internet. So it's time to be part of that and to be part of the development and that change that will come, for sure, from my perspective.
Yeah, I see it like you. What do you think, Christoph?
I think it's the dynamics behind it. I think the technology is the base, and the technology is so much more enabling today, especially when you talk about immersive creativity, blockchain, Web3, the whole connectivity and the whole movement behind it. I think it's the question for us is, where do we want to take it, and what do we want to do with it? It's like if you talk about like everything you see like in Lützerath and everything's happening at the moment where people go out demonstrating. Where is it we want to go to? Like, what is it? I mean, we can use the VR or the XR or whatever, all these technologies to play around with, or do we really want to do something with it? And I think the capabilities of that technology is so great, and you can do so much stuff with it. It's so amazing. Like, even with like, you know, liberty, it gives people who would never have access to something now the possibility to do something. So if we want to give this a dynamic, I think this can take us really far, and it can do a lot. I think it depends on our openness and our creativity to do it, and not to always say, yeah, do we really need this? If it solves something, then yes, we need it. If you want to take it somewhere, we do it. So the technology is not driving us. I think we are still in that age of that we drive the technology. It might turn around one day. I don't know. I won't see it probably, but I think there is a lot to go for. Definitely, yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree on what you just said, that the Metaverse will come, like, for sure. The question is just how will it look like, first. And second, what I find interesting, that now that, like, the internet is already in place, so many more people have the possibility to create this metaverse and influence how it looked like. Because when the internet was built, there was like nothing else that people could have this conversation on. And now we have the internet, we can have social media, etc. We have the conversation, also a very critical discussion about, okay, what do we want to this metaverse to look like? What do we want to have, and what do we not have to? Do we not want to have? For example, I think about data privacy and stuff like that. And so now we are building a new form of the internet that is way more inclusive than it was before.
Yeah, I agree also. So I think also the future is collaboration. That's why we are doing this event and sitting here with you together. And as I noticed that we need some drinks, I have a last question for you. We have, like, imagine Alexanderplatz, a huge wall. What would you write there? 2 sentences maximum. So 2 sentences. What do you write? What would you write? Who would Christoph? What do you want to tell all the people in Berlin?
Does anybody care what I say?
I don't know.
That was somebody of my team, I guess. Yeah. Talk about this tomorrow.
1 sentence, what you want to tell everybody who's listening to us.
I think it's great that the future is not decided by old white men who tell us what to do. I think it's us telling others how we want, and we should go out and tell what we want and not listen to what other people tell us what to do. I think this is important, also for the metaverse.
Cool. And Hans?
At first, when you introduced that, you said 2 sentences. No, I prepared 2 sentences.
Was
Sorry
more.
for that.
Yeah. It's very difficult, right?
Maybe the first sentence should be something like digitization drives sustainability, because I really believe in digitization, that it will help us solve some of our environmental problems. And the other sentence, more related to our session here, is let's democratize the metaverse together. Yeah.
So I would write on this wall that it will happen. You can run from it, or you can start create it, but it will happen, no matter what you do.
Yeah, and I would write also 2 sentences. It would be, the future's now, take action. And with that last words, I would like to finish the panel and would invite Anne on stage. Thank you, Christoph,
You're welcome.
Hans,
Thank you.
and Cosima. Great, huh? I would like to give a big thank you to H&M Beyond. You're such an amazing partner since I know you. Thank you, Anna. We did it? Yeah, we made it. And
the most important guest for today.
I want to say thank you to Berlin Partner. Julia, is she here? Yeah, okay, to Berlin Partner, to the German Fashion Council, Berlin Fashion Week, NetZERO, Room, TriSpace, who else? Yeah, Laura. German Fashion Council, I said it already, because without any, it wouldn't be possible what we are doing today. I hope you take some impact with you. I hope we took action.
Yes.
Did we? Okay, cool. Yeah, you have to tell us what you would do differently. We are iterating every time what we want, this network, community, new project. We want to drive impact and take action. And now you can talk about.
Yes, and now I'm talking about the most important topic, which is the bubbles. So bar is opened, downstairs, grab yourself a drink and have fun. So thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.